Do something, David?
I was gonna say, I don't know why that's sitting here.
Trying to figure out what I did with the other microphone.
We thought you was gonna make a speech today or something. Thought maybe he's leaving for the Kansas City Star or something.
All right, good morning, everybody. We'll get started here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Guys, thank you for the opportunity to come together today and do the business of the county. We ask you to give the commissioners wisdom and guidance as they make decisions for the county. We ask you to watch over the workers of the county, protect them. We ask you just to continue to bless this county with your care and love. Pray in Jesus' name.
Yeah, I think
All right, good morning, everybody.
Make a motion that we approve last week's minutes.
I'll second. Move a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Mike will be here shortly. He's having tire trouble, so he'll be in here shortly.
Okay, I left you two sets of claims. One of them is for the special for the longevity pay, and then the other is the regular claims run for today.
Make a motion that we approve the longevity pay, and then I make a motion that we approve.
What's the amount?
Longevity is $26,324.87.
I'll second the motion.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
What was that? Say that again.
$26,324.87.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And then the regular pay is $699,226.28.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Also have the park report. November.
Park report receipts, $11,610.18. For November, in the amount of total bills, in the amount of receipts, in the amount of $14,803 32, and expenditures $14,625.68.
Dave, do you got anything else?
That's it, at least for now.
Gary, you got anything right off the bat?
I don't think there's anything.
Okay. AMR?
Good morning. Hope
Morning.
everybody had a good weekend. As far as transport volume goes, we've done 16 transports in the last 7 days, and we're at 30 transports for the month to date. Everything's going pretty smooth. We had one employee out sick with potential COVID symptoms who tested negative. So just good old fashioned sick. So as of now, we don't have anyone on quarantine. Still have one paramedic out on injury that is likely to come back to full duty here in another week or so. So that's kind of where we're standing. Any questions for me?
No.
I don't have any. Thank you. Have a good week. Sheriff?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Numbers for today, we have 27 prisoners total. We have 20 here in-house. We had to bring one home from Anderson County for a suicide attempt, so he's here on suicide watch. We have 2 on that currently, so we've only got 7 farmed out. Because of that, you'll notice the jump in call or the jump in contacts in the jail. There's 2,222 contacts this past week where our jail staff had contacts with our inmates. So that was up substantially due to that situation. We have 147 911 calls this past week, 297 calls for service. The other numbers are pretty much the same, but a couple of notable things this past week on December 12th at 5:31 in the morning, Communications received a 911 call for a motor vehicle crash in Prescott. That crash took the life of a 25-year-old man out of, he had been from Pleasanton, living south there of town for some time. And then on the 13th at 1 o'clock in the morning, deputies responded with AMR and Blue Mountain Fire to a 911 call where a 32-year-old male became unresponsive, and despite efforts of resuscitation, he passed away. So had kind of a rough weekend, and but that's where we're at. So any questions for me?
Everything going good in jail? In your jail?
No,
No?
it's pretty chaotic right now, but we're, with being a few over and having 2 on suicide watches, it's pretty chaotic.
On your suicide watch, what do you do? Which
They're a 15-minute watch, so every 15 minutes we have jail staff engaging those individuals, having conversations with them and stuff. So it's pretty labor intensive, but it's doable, and everything's going well right now. It's just more labor intensive on our staff. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Kim. Don, you want to go? You can go ahead and go if you want. You got something that you want to say?
It's time for the county to re-enroll into the Community Fisheries Assistance Program. It's where the Department of Wildlife and Parks and Tourism and Linn County work together to manage Pricer Lake for recreational use.
Hey, Don, could you at the microphone just restate your name, what you do, and what this is, so everybody can hear you, please? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Don George, the district biologist with Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism. I'm here this morning to discuss re-signing the contract Community Fisheries Assistance Program between Wildlife and Parks and the county. This is something the county's been involved with since, in one way or another, since Linn County Strip Pit was enrolled, because Linn County Strip Pit and Kreitzer Lake are both the 2 lakes that are enrolled with Wildlife and Parks for us to manage and to work cooperatively with the county. We pay, at the bottom of this first page, we pay you about $10,000 to feed the fish at Kreitzer or to buy the feed or to mow or pick up trash, things like that, that I'm not able to do. You do this in lieu of charging for a permit. We're not leasing the lake from you. We just lease the ability to sell permits. If that makes sense. Makes it easier for people from this area and from outside the area to come in and do business here in the county and go fishing.
Been a very successful program too, hasn't it?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I believe it has.
And you've got relationships with about every city in the area that are managing municipal lakes. I know Pleasanton, Parker, and
Every city lake in this county except for Prescott is enrolled now. And Mound City, their contract terminates at the end of this month. So technically they're still in it until the end of May, but they may have signed Saturday at their special meeting. I'm not aware of it yet, but yes, sir. It's been a great program. Basically everything in 2 or 3 counties around here are enrolled in this kind of a program.
historically over the years, a little town to have a fishing permit, you pay $1 or $2 or $5 or whatever a year, 10, and the money, whether it went to be remanage the lake or not, it didn't happen. But now we pay a fee on most of us on our fishing licenses that subsidize this program, and now it's managed by professionals, and
Yes, sir.
it is, it's been greatly successful, but they cannot implement their own little, we follow the state guidelines in the fishing permit, which is a very small compromise. I would think the community gets such a good management of the lake, so.
It's been a very successful program to make it easier for people to use the lakes. Instead of my brother-in-law coming in on a Friday night wanting to go fishing with me at Mound City Lake or at Kreitzer Lake, and us going over and banging on David's door at 6 o'clock in the morning to buy a permit for him, we pay the city, or the county in this case, to not charge. So we just alleviate it, make it easier. We'll probably sell more licenses in the long run to make up for what we pay all our cooperators. But our goal is always to make fishing better and to make it easier. And this program does that. So
We document that 75% of that is spent on,
the county does.
yeah, but we can.
The county sends in a biannual report that shows their expenditures. So when they buy fish feed to go into the feeders out there, that's part of the expense. Whenever the guys run out there and blade to a parking lot or mow around the edges, they call in and somebody with the county records that, and it's given a value, and that's part of your 75% expenditures.
And that's part of the justification for what we use, when we put our program, or purchase the county program where we can track a lot of these hours. It was a learning curve. These guys remember to write everything down. The south side of Kreitzer over on, is it Gorman Road?
Yes, sir, it is, yes.
And that comes in there from the south, and they've got a bit of a boat ramp there, right? I mean, you can.
Kind of have a gravel one, yes.
You lost canoe in there. Is there any plans to do any more improvements with that, or bathhouses, or not a bathhouse, but
I would entertain sitting down with the county or going out and visiting that area with anybody and looking to see what improvements we can do. For sure. At the time, when we built the lake, at the time, we didn't know how much use we'd have out there, and we only had so much money, so we built a double lane boat ramp at the primary use at the north end and made an entrance coming in from the south for the future, planning ahead. So
that's what I remember. That I didn't know whether we was getting enough traffic count through there to do any of that or not, or how it was going, but.
I don't have a traffic count right now. Initially, the engineer for the public wholesale said that the water back there would never be deep enough to float a boat much, and as we found out, a lot of engineering estimates are not always correct.
I was back here this summer, and there was a couple of guys back there launching a couple kayaks, is all I seen, but
You're right, it makes a great place for non-motorized boats to launch. They're back in the timber, they don't have to paddle very far. They get right into some really good crappie fishing or bass fishing.
Is this agreement, is it yearly, bi-yearly, or?
10 years.
Oh, 10 year.
program. And I'll make a motion that we approve it.
I'll second. Motion made second, all in favor?
Aye.
How's everything going? Go ahead, sorry.
Next question is, we can do this by the year, where I come in every year and talk to you guys, which is fine. Or we can do it with the way I like to do it, is write it up for 10. Front page, 3/4 of the way down, it says, on the bottom, clear down to the bottom where it says number 1, it says for a period of 10 years is what we did the last time. And if permissible with the commission, I'd like to keep it that way for 10 years. If for some reason in the future you want to get out of the contract with Wildlife and Parks, 60 days written notice to us, you're out. Flip side is if we run out of money, 60 days written notice to you, we're out. So most contracts have some kind of a clause in there to get out. So, and new commissioners, standing commissioners, if you got any questions, call me. And we'll meet out at the lake and we'll talk about where we've been, where we're at now, and where we want to be in 5 and 10 years. It's a good plan.
That's developed right along. Like I said, there's a restroom facility there anyway. And, of course, now we got a boat dock and a boat ramp and.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, real nice.
While I got you, I'm gonna ask you, how's everything else going around the other lakes around the county? I mean, with COVID and everything like that, are they being utilized more, or I mean, what do you see?
Actually, according to all of our documents, and if you've been to any of the outdoor stores in this last summer, spring, you probably noticed that Walmart's, a lot of the big stores didn't have a fishing pole on the rack. C-19 has put a lot of people at home, staying at home with their kids and their families, looking for things to do. And fishing has been a great avenue for that. Our fishing license sales in the state of Kansas have been sky high, much higher than normal. All the equipment and sales at those stores have been really high. It's for all the bad things about C-19. It's put a lot of people at home, back with their families, and doing things outdoors where they can just be the family unit instead of soccer or softball and all that stuff. It's been we've had a good summer.
Everything else going okay?
Well, how much time have we got?
Did they vote already, David?
Yeah.
So you just need to sign 1 or 2, or how many you need to sign?
I just need the chairman to sign.
Do I need to sign that third page and then the?
Third page, bottom left, cooperator signature is you.
And there's a spot on the back,
Yeah, yes, sir.
like 3 pages from the back, there's another one.
That's the disclosure to the law. You have to do that with all state.
And if you guys want to sign 2 of them, we can just send one with Dawn and I can keep one that way, if that works for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Here's one signed.
Because I always go back and make copies of this anyway, because I'm a copy person.
Don, I reached out to you a while back about the little Parker Lake and the leak that they had in their trickle pipe. And
Yes.
They voted to have that plugged this week, last Thursday evening. And then they're going to implement a program. They reached out to some folks and they're going to try and put in an auxiliary trickle pipe, but it's down about 4.5 feet.
I talked to the mayor about that a couple of times and wasn't up to date on this last turn, but I've offered any assistance that we have. And for long-term, any grants that we can work with them on and improvements while the lake's down, or if they have to take it down lower.
Shouldn't
Okay,
have to take it down any lower. I think the plan they have in place, they're going to put a horizontal trickle in it instead of one that goes down and out the bottom. They're going to plug that with some grout and flowable fill. But they've been running a bush hog on the front of a uniloader around there and taking out create some more fishing openings. And I know you guys don't want it cleaned off, but
Parker City Lake's been a great example of our projects working together. We provided several grants to enhance docks and their bathroom and their access roads and things. And this has been one city that's really done a great job on maintaining all this. Building things are easy. Maintaining them for 10 and 20 years is a challenging part. Like, as commissioners, I'm sure you will know. It takes a lot of money to maintain that. And Parker's been a great example of taking care of stuff and keeping it looking really nice. I've been real proud of their product. And that product is a nice recreational area for their neighbors, for the residents, and for other people to come in and use.
One of the things that impressed me is you told me when they first started doing these programs that a lot of times these things aren't being used by maybe a desirable group. There's a lot of activities going on out there that maybe, but when you start drawing groups out there and they're camping, it's not a desirable place to go out and have a drug deal or whatever you're doing in the middle of the night that you shouldn't be out in the middle of the night doing. And so and having been able to sit there and watch it, it's greatly successful there. Whenever the fish are really biting, there's often, you don't see 5 or 6 families or different groups of people fishing. So, and you guys come in and maintain it, shock it, check it, stock it, do whatever that needs to be done to help maintain the count.
I've been working on an article to send to the paper on our stockings for the last couple of years and a value for them. Because when I say we brought in 2,000 channel cat, Danny, you probably just don't know the value of that. But giving it a retail value makes a big difference when people see that we spent $10,000 on stocking on the lake. And if we do that every year and year after year, we have a lot of investments in the lakes in this county. We really do. And it is something that really I would love to see more promotion of. When we're trying to bring people and keep people here, our recreational lakes are prime examples and they're diamonds. So you and I have kind of talked about that in the past. It's something that's a great project and we just need to keep maintaining it. I think I have a contract here with 2 signatures. If you have any other questions, holler at me. Your local lakes or the lakes of this county, I'd be glad to talk to anybody. New commissioners coming in, I'm sure they'll have questions, and I hope they'll holler at me and say, hey, take me around and show me what you're doing. I like to talk about our successes and our challenges.
We appreciate it. And anytime you want to come in and visit with us about anything, you're more than welcome to come on in.
Thank you, sir.
Let me ask you quickly, the bathroom facility that the mayor developed out there at Parker, they put a 1,500-gallon tank and built a bathroom on top of it in lieu of spending $80 a month maybe on porta johns. And he has it pumped once or twice a year maybe, or not ever, or maybe once every 2 years. But anyway, I walk around that lake quite a bit and I don't smell it. I don't have problems when I go by there. Does that seem to be successful or?
Yes, sir. I've not seen any problems. I'm not there as much as you are, but when I have been up there and I look with a measuring eye, I haven't seen any problems. It's always nice and clean. So
That might be something you want to consider, put in something like that instead of paying $1,000 a year toward porta john. Because I don't know what the schedule is or anything else, or what it actually even costs, but.
Are you talking about it, Kreitzer?
Yeah. And at one time, we talked about was it developed and if it had the need and the use, you'd put one on each boat ramp. But anyway, I don't know if the other one would warrant it. But you can pay for them about for 2 years. I think a couple $1,000, maybe 3, I don't know.
it'd be a good idea and something that if we schedule it right, we can plan it into our grant timing and stuff and put in and use cost share monies if we can get a grant to do that. So it'd be a neat project I'd like to work on.
But I mean, they're concrete, they should be there, it should be a 20-year facility instead of spending over 20 years, you spend $20,000 on porta johns and get clean. Of course, you're gonna have to pump it, but it should be about half cost.
Thank you and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, and you too, Don. Thank you very much.
Robin?
Robin Spencer, Public Health Officer. We're up to 398 cases today. That's 44, an increase of 44 since last week. 2 in the hospital, still 7 clusters. Those do include both Prairie View and Pleasanton right now, school districts. We have 4 deaths now. I need to let you know, I was in contact with Tisha last night and again this morning, and she asked me to go ahead and report to you that They called her up to KU about 8:30 yesterday, and she was able to see her mom and be with her by her side, and she did pass away at 11:45 last night. So with that, of course, Tisha will be out for a little while. I encouraged her to take all the time she needed. She said she'd probably be back tomorrow, and I hope that our thoughts can be with her and she can get through this time. There are a few things that she wanted me to report on. Our cartridges for our testing machine. Doug just checked on that this morning, and they should be in or shipped by this week. So we should be getting those really soon. I don't know how much you guys have listened to as far as media or even the governor. Pfizer's vaccine did get approved by the FDA. They're waiting on the emergency use authorization, and then it's ready to ship. It's going to go out to first-line workers, healthcare workers first. I believe that we're going to get very few in Linn County in this first round. Pfizer is 2 shots, 21 days apart. So that's something for the county to consider when they're thinking about having that vaccine. It will be a series of 2. Any questions about the vaccine?
How many total cases? I'm sorry, I stepped.
Oh, you're fine. 398. I didn't report active cases because we're up about 12 since Friday, so I didn't have time to count them all. It will be on the report on Wednesday. Speaking about the report on Wednesdays, we're having some people call in a little bit confused because the numbers that I report today aren't matching the Wednesday report. I was going to get your thoughts on, do you want me to do the website and the county commission, your guys' site and Facebook the same day on Monday, so those numbers at least match? Because if they're not looking at the 2-day gap, that can change by, it's up to you guys. Or do you care as long as I do it once a week?
This is a move.
Once a week, yeah.
Period, to me.
Okay.
It's just a moving target. It's not moving the right direction, is it? So.
Also back on the vaccinations, do you want the health department to charge an administration fee? It'd be about $10. We can bill Medicare and Medicaid for it. We cannot bill private insurance, so that would just be an out-of-pocket expense. We're fine with it either way. The only reason that you might consider an administration fee is the time that it'll take the nurses to give it.
Let's think about it.
Okay. The ordering of the specific supplies for the new clinic, it was taking place last week. We realized that we don't have any chairs that could be wiped down. They were all cloth, and so we got the new chairs ordered and just little detailed things like soap dispensers and paper towel dispensers and stuff like that. I think I covered everything. Questions?
Did the health department ever charge? Ever?
For vaccine administration? Well, I'll have to ask Tisha, like if they charge in general just for any vaccine.
Yeah.
I don't know. The health department mostly gives state-funded insurance, vaccines. And so, that's not we charge whatever their state insurance is.
Right.
As far as the other shots, I believe there is a minimal fee for somebody with private insurance. It's not very much. I can,
And if somebody shows up with no insurance at all,
we figure out a way to get it
take
covered.
care of it. That's the important part.
Right.
So I remember we allocated some money towards the testing of COVID here when this all first began. Did we run out of those funds, or did that?
No, we still have funding for that, and the question still becomes: do you want us to do another mass invite? Come, symptom, no symptom, let's test you. We haven't decided how that's going to best be utilized. The state is really pushing for mass testing. Everybody that wants to get a test, symptoms or no symptoms. So, and KDHE actually made those available for free. So a lot of that funding we haven't had to use.
So so if there's testing again, will it be free? So can we utilize those funds for that instead? How do you, Gary?
You mean instead of the administration fee?
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you guys. It's not even something, we encourage, the state and CDC encourages people to get the vaccine. And so that might just be a deterrent, In my opinion, I say if it's available, we give it.
If your goal is to get as many people vaccinated as possible, anything that stands in the way of that will be a negative. So I would, I mean, of course, it's your decision, but like I said, there are some funds sitting there that I'd say rather than charging a fee and taking those funds and using it for this, just don't charge a fee, probably.
Right.
The vaccine is no cost, it's just administrative
Correct.
cost of doing it. I agree. I don't think we ought to charge anything. We provide a lot of services that it's already been budgeted for.
Do we need a motion or anything like that to utilize those funds for
I think
that?
if you're ready, I don't think you wouldn't be technically utilizing those funds. You'd just be making the decision not to charge for the vaccine.
Okay. I'd make a motion that we don't charge for the administration fees for the vaccination.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
Is there anything else you want to, I mean, is everything going okay, or I know you're getting, make sure you're all right.
I'm smiling, but
I can't see that though.
so yeah. So there's been issues in the last week throughout the county of mass kind of quarantines that I don't want to speak in public forum too much about it because there's an insinuation that there may be some legal issues there. So
You're just following the CDC guidelines, or how are you?
So when it comes, some of these are related to sports, and so let me tell you, Danny, CDC, KDHE, Kansas State Board of Education, KSHA, and the Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids. That's everything that I look at when I make my decisions. None of them have specific guidelines that say this is what you have to do. They all say we leave it up to the local level. So I hope that answered your question.
Does for me.
Here's what we think you ought to do, but we're not gonna make you, is it a liability issue, the reason they're doing this, or
Doing what?
not being specific on what they expect?
Oh,
us?
absolutely not.
Like, I think we're gonna talk in an executive session about the,
About the legal issue.
later on.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Robin, thank you. Doug?
Sorry I was late. I run a tire. I think there's too much gravel on the roads. I'm sending my bill, by the way.
Doug
I
Bartlett,
complained twice now.
Doug Bartlett, Fire and Emergency Management. Weather-wise, there's a chance of snow flurries tomorrow evening, but they're not expecting much accumulation. And I need about 15 minutes for a legal executive session when possible,
Everything going good throughout the fire department? And
as far as I know. They've been keeping busy on car wrecks, and a few house fires are starting to pop up.
Had an awful good grass year, didn't you, as far as
We did.
budgeting, and didn't have a tremendous catastrophic anything wrong with our equipment inspection, so budgeting, you had a pretty decent year, didn't you?
We have had.
Good.
Those help every once in a while.
Your fire truck in South Dakota, did you get it? Not get it?
Last we heard from them, which I think I briefed you on, but the last
You
we heard
did.
from them was February at this point. They might come in February.
Okay.
Is that the one supposed to land in Hayes?
Yeah, they'll go to Hayes and then come here. Hayes will install the radios and install the deck guns. As we told you when we bought them, we were going to
Right.
pull the deck guns off of our trucks that we have now and just transfer them to the new ones to save monies. That saved, I think, $3,500 to $5,000 a truck, if I remember correctly. So we'll get those off when the trucks are in Hayes. We'll get those off, get them relayed out there somehow.
Once you get your new trucks in, are you surplusing those others?
The board hasn't said, obviously, at times we have offered trucks to some of the departments around the county. We could look at doing that versus selling them on Purple Wave, but they would be disposed of in some form or fashion.
Okay.
Unless you decide to keep one of them for something.
when were you originally slated to get that fire truck?
they thought they would come in November. But due to the COVID, of course, we know South Dakota, where they're being built, has been one of the top states in the nation for COVID outbreaks. Kansas was quarantining people for 14 days if you went to South Dakota and came back. So obviously they've got issues up there. We have no way to know from the standpoint of the factory that's making these trucks, how many of their people are out or unavailable at any given point in time to say that, yeah, that's the reason they're behind in production. But we have to assume that's a possibility, and I don't think we can hold them to the penalty clause at this point, which is January. I don't know the day in January, but they were contractually obligated to get them to us in January, and that's likely not going to happen as we understand, so.
One of you said something about budget when you were talking to Doug. It just reminded me and let you know, I did publish a notice for a budget amendment hearing for next week. I had 3 funds that I was going to amend in this year's budget. Health Department was one of them, and that's obviously all the COVID response. There's been a lot of extra expense there, but we've received money to cover that, so I just need to amend the budget to be able to expend those funds this year. Road Department is another one I was amending. May or may not go over budget. It's pretty close, and it was close enough. I wanted to go ahead and get the authority in there to use the funds if we needed it. And again, we got some FEMA reimbursement, so the cash is there. And then the third one is the Spark Fund, which didn't even exist when we did budget the year before. And that was almost $2 million we brought in, so I have that in the amendment. But we'll do that next week, because I had to publish the notice at least 10 days before the hearing.
Doug, I don't have anything else for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris? All right. David, you got anything else?
Don't think so.
Gary?
I will need some, discussion in executive session on a couple of legal issues that, I want to talk to you about. But I don't think I have anything for action at this point.
Yeah, Jackie.
Oh, yeah, Jackie, I keep forgetting about him. Is Jackie here? Can you come and step out and grab him, please? Thank you. I swore it was snowing when I walked in here earlier. I was standing out there with my hand up trying to find it. I thought that's what you were laughing at.
12 years ago or so, an old gentleman from down south come walking in with a stone about this big, carried it in and flopped it down on the table, and looked at the commissioner and said, "Look at what you guys are hauling out on my road." And Herb just flashed on him. Battle ensued. Anyway, it was something, of course, had been drug up out of the road ditch and should have been put out, but it was in this pile alongside the road. But anyway, it was a funny moment. You know.
He liked to bring samples of different things in it.
Yeah, I think you caught him at the door with about an 8-foot thistle.
Yeah, he brought that in. That was just, that was great.
I told the gentleman, I said, "Hey, over in District 3, we're just glad to get any kind of rock on the road. We don't care." But in an effort to lighten the mood, it didn't help, I can tell you that. Yeah, that was a thoroughbred thistle. It was a good one. He was dragging that out of the back of his truck. Gary had to go out and tell him that he's not supposed to be transporting them around. He could get in trouble. He left, but.
Chris, since you're here at the moment too, I was just gonna let them know where we were on Spark and jump in if you have anything to say, but I did the November report last week. I'm looking at all the bills that are coming in now that we have to get run through during December. We had a Spark committee meeting last week and discussed that if we had some excess funds that we weren't going to be able to use, we thought it would be good to grant them to the school districts on a per pupil basis, which is an allowed expense with that. So once we get all the information pulled together, we'll see where we're at and what kind of money we might have left. But that was the committee's recommendation, that we thought that would be as good as anything to do with those funds. And anything else, Chris, from? So, probably next week I'll give you a more detailed, this is exactly where we are and what we think we have left, and get that all wrapped up by the end of the year that way.
So now that Jack's here, I think it's the new health department, I think, is gonna make it, barring any COVID quarantine situation where everybody has to leave. It appears it's gonna be occupied, right, by the end of the year? You
Yes.
comfortable with that? A lot of work gotta happen in the last few days.
It's got the progress from last week, what we did. We got a lot of the taping done, we got a lot of the, let's see, got the gas line dug, it should be going in today. Got all the fire taping in the storage room and the marriage wall. The painter's working today, probably be done tomorrow. The cabinets are going in today. The doors will be hung later in the week. And then the painter we've got is going to stain the doors. Trying to think of what else. The electrical is the electrical and plumbing, they'll start adding the fixtures when we're done painting. So we're moving along pretty good. I do think we'll hit the time frames and we will be moving in. So.
I'll be over there after this commission meeting. Yeah, I want to put a valve on there and then probably a union. All right, just don't put them on quite yet. Thank you, sir. See ya. That was Mr. Nation. Sorry, I thought it was about the regulators on the building.
Okay, and we'll be doing the gas, like I said, the gas line. I think we're installing them in today. The HVAC guy's has got the second unit in. It's going to be hanging the two furnaces in the back, or the overhead heaters in the back storage room this week. We're working on finishing up the costs and the invoices, trying to pull it all together to get it in for the deadline for the funding. I had a conference call last week reviewing the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan. I sent them all my edits. We should have a plan for you guys to review in the next week or so. Again, the bridge load rating team is supposed to be here this week. They were supposed to be here last week. I never saw them. FinTech machine was shipped, and we should be putting it in toward the end of the week. That's the park fee machine. I wanted to talk about the park rates a little bit, but I didn't get a chance to pull all my notes together on that. One of the questions that came up last week, I had a call, and I just want to go over again, make sure. The Centerville Cemetery, I know it's it's run by a township. If we assist them in grading, and they pay for the gravel, that's correct? We can assist them.
Very common is what
We've helped them.
But
Not only them, but others too.
But if they want to start going deeper, like putting in culverts and stuff like that, again, do we assist if it's a township and then bill them back?
We have cleaned trees and done several things. I can't imagine that it's going to be more than a tube or two. I don't even know what, did you say Centerville? But
Yes.
I can remember up here, I don't remember the cemetery, Brooklyn, something. But we'd went in and done a little bit of road work for them in the past. I think it's easy to justify not to send a bill.
Right, if it's a government entity, which a township or a township board.
Okay.
If it's a government entity, we can help them by doing work and billing them for it. If it's
Okay.
a private entity, we can't do that.
Right.
We can't go out here to somebody's business or farm and do that, but we can do it. with-
I guess it came to a head last week when there was a washout along the road, and the driver who was unloading a marble stone hit the ditch and dropped it. That's really wasn't our issue, but
that's when all of a sudden a lot of attention, they want help. And so we'll get up there and get them a little help. I did,
Stress it. We're not talking about subsidizing their operation.
No.
We're talking about helping them with stuff that they can't do on their own in the building.
yeah, like a grader. They don't have the graders. I did give you guys I don't believe I've changed it, but I gave you a draft of that right-of-way agreement we're looking at between Miami County, and I didn't, another copy in case, I don't think I changed anything. They are going to be discussing this in Miami County in the next week or so. I don't think there's any changes that we want to make. It's basically everything we've been doing for years,
Yes, finally.
but in writing and agreed to between the counties.
So this is the first one with another county.
Yes.
So we still got Bates County, the township, or the,
Two townships.
yeah,
I think a tad bit of Vernon County.
okay.
Actually, it's three townships. We've got Walnut. I can't remember the other ones. I think there's three townships over there. And then Bourbon County has a copy of theirs. I haven't heard back from them. I know they're pretty busy with
So let me just talk about this for just a second.
Okay.
This is, for people that don't know this is a resolution between counties that we've agreed on. We just had a person come in a few months ago, if you remember, that lived in the Linn County, but the road was in Miami County to get to their property. So we needed an agreement in writing, finally, that they're going to take care of those types of roads and services. And in return, this is what we will do for
Yes.
their
Yes.
residents as well that live here in this area. So this is kind of the first agreement we put together, first resolution between the two counties. So we still have the counties.
Bourbon and Anderson.
West and,
Yep.
yeah. And it's a little bit more complicated even over on the Missouri side, because it's not just a county, it's the townships.
And it has expanded out since I started it, because when we get these well in hand, we're also going to do one, I believe, with Maple Ranch and with Effigy.
Okay.
So we're going to be doing those. I mean, all this stuff's been just agreed to over time, but as people change, nobody
People
knows.
forget, or they modify it the way they want, yeah.
Yeah.
You can imagine two motor graders or two mower and a motor grader coming together out there and say, I don't know why I'm even coming over to this part of the state line
Right.
or whatever. Why don't you guys mow this and I'll pick up that one while I'm over there? And that was the agreement in the past. And those guys have either gone or passed or something. And so everybody, well, that's always been, well, I think this is our attempt to kind of clean it up and something change.
I appreciate that, Jackie, because I know I really wanted to see these things.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work too, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pain.
And Pam has done a lot of work on identifying the roads and talking to the foreman and mapping exactly what we're talking about. There's some areas that I'm still not sure. When I talk to the other entities, well, you guys were going to do that, and then we were going to do that. And let's get this address. I'll email it to you. I don't do email. You can't send me anything. I'm working with a lot of different complexities on this one. I do have a burial permit for road crossing on, and I was out there, but I swear I can't remember the address. It was on Montgomery and about Montgomery and 600. They have a new building site and they want to go across the road. This is from Heartland to run the primary across the road. It's an open trench. I did not have any issues with it.
Heartland's gonna start not jumping the road overhead.
First one I've ever seen from them to do that. I was happy. They're going to do an underground.
We're waiting for you guys to approve that road.
Trying to figure out where it's at. All right, and you've looked at it and
Yes.
you recommend it.
And I feel like Harry's okay with it too. We see no reason.
Trying to figure out where that is. BP 2020, it's just here on the edge of town, right? -10. Barrel permit 2020-10, my motion to approve.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Here's a couple more pictures I missed. This is the new door on the end of the building, and this is the new generator slab.
I was just saying, it looks like there's a viable path, schedule of getting it all done.
Look at
As long as we don't run into a big COVID or some
Yeah.
material. issue.
I went in there last week and bothered them, and they are doing an amazing job in there.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good pull. About 6 months to a year ago, I can't remember when, probably in April, we purchased this rock brake. And it goes on the front of the blade. And what it does is, as you come up to a series of potholes, you drop that blade and it actually grades out the potholes, and you drop your blade and back drag it. And you can eliminate these potholes that are pretty bad.
So the mount on the back of the blade?
Pardon?
Mounts on the back of the blade?
On the front, on that valve door.
That's where the snow plow is, right? All right.
Yes.
All right.
Mounts on that, and then when they get past it, they lift it up. Here's two more models of them.
We actually demoed the one that pulled behind they said even a pickup, but I can't imagine that. But anyway, it had a tongue on it.
How often is this thing ran on the front of it? Is this just in Lacine?
It's just in Lacey. That's what I'm gonna do. I would like to purchase 6 more of them and put them on the rest of the county. I wanted to make sure it worked first. I was
Tell us the
not,
value of it. Why?
pardon?
Tell us why.
Because if somebody's grading and they're in a hurry or something, they may go down there and they'll push the gravel across, bury the pothole. 10, 20, 100 vehicles go through, they blow the gravel out. If we use that when we come to a series of potholes and we grade those potholes out and we put the gravel back and get the crown in the road, we can address these spots in the road that continually build potholes. Sometimes when the ground gets really hard and dry, you grade it, you're not getting down to the bottom. And if you try to get to the bottom of the pothole, you're taking the crown out of the road. So this tool would allow them, when they're grading on their routine, to, when they come to an area that's begun to pothole really bad, they can take them out properly. Otherwise, you're grading over the top of them, and they just keep coming back. This will allow us.
How's Jason and them said the washboard effect on a lot of the gravel?
Yes.
Obviously, it happens on almost every one of them. How
This
does
is
that work?
especially used on washboard areas where it's continuous for 500 feet, a quarter mile or something. You can use this to take those out, then build the gravel back on top. It's an easier way to take them out. We have
How long
these
we been using? I'm sorry to cut you off. How long we been using this one?
since April.
And Jason and everyone over there likes it.
I love it.
Do they use it every time they grade?
It's on there. It's on there. It's like it's mounted permanently. So it's not permanently. You take it off in a few minutes. It's an attachment that stays on there.
Right.
So they're running down the road. They see an area. They just drop it and clean that area up and then move on.
How often do those teeth have to be replaced on it?
Not very often. They're carbide tipped and they do come off. They do break. It's like any other piece of equipment.
Are they replaceable? They're not, are they?
Yeah, they are replaceable.
The individual teeth are?
Pardon? Yes, individual teeth are. So I found 2 of them that fit on the John Deere, and they're wanting 8,000 for them.
For the pair?
But one of them's used. It's 2,500. Why not? It's still a good piece of equipment. The teeth are new on it, and the other one's brand new for 57. So I wanted to pick up 2 from John Deere, and then Foley has 5 for 32,500. I want to put them on everything because it's a piece of equipment. It's like the blade. You got it on there. You run across these areas, you can fix it. If it's sitting back in the shop, have to run back, or there's only one blade up in Lacine that has it, then you have to run that, take it off that blade and run it somewhere else. I think they'll be used quite a bit. I went up there and watched him do it. I was pretty impressed with it.
I mean, is it something that, I mean, they use every single time they're out and about?
They should. If they come to a section of road that has potholes or washboard, yes, every
Think
time.
about it, you got just, if you took that road scholar class, whatever, but you got a hole there, and really to fix it, you need to cut it to the bottom of the hole, right? Or your shocks and the way these guys, the way they use these roads, they create more stress behind the hole, creating more washboards and such. However, I think they're a fabulous piece of equipment, but these guys, instead of cutting that whole road base down 3 or 4 inches to work out a hole, and now we've got an area that's undercut, because most of the gravel, when you go to these classes, usable gravel on top of that has not been reduced to base material, is less than 2 inches. The rest of it's been on the dust and base material, so they either need to figure out a way to cut them out with a blade, or if they have bad areas, they have to work them all down. But if you just fill a hole, it beats out.
Zach, and this for, I guess, I'd like to see us buy the 2 and just, that would give 1 for each district, or not, each area.
Okay.
And then see the value of if we're really going to use them. Because we bought equipment before we were going to use, and you know as well as I do, it didn't get done. So let's use it for a year and then figure it out, or 6 months.
This one in April,
Right.
and we've been using it consistently since. That's how hard.
I know.
I think I'm with Rick on it. I think I'd like to see, maybe 1 in each district, and then
Okay.
and then see how it goes.
Well, then I could go with Murphy that has
The 2, yeah.
for 2,500 and then a new one.
Yeah, for 8,000.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's-
8,000
Total.
Okay.
That's something we can go.
And I'll make a motion that we spend that amount in the amount of, with who? The John Deere or Foley? Murphy? Murphy for who? What's the amount?
8,297.
That's my motion to buy those 2.
I'll second. Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
What are they?
They're called rock savers. That's what they're called.
So, do you think that,
David's like, what the hell?
if we utilize those, if they're not being utilized to the fullest, can we transfer them around to each district?
Yes. Yes.
Several years ago, you had a big snow event, and the motor graders, it's been 20-some years since we'd really had to push any snow that had any significance. And most of the motor graders, I think 1 or 2 had the snow plows on them, the rest of them were gone. When the snow gets so deep, it's not just motor grader work now, you got to plow over the spot and we're working it out. Anyway, we've been doing a good job of keeping those and remounting them on the newer equipment. But this mounts on the snow plow attachment.
Yes. On the Baldor attachment.
But anyway, I think a while back, we was about to let one get away and we called back and got it back.
Yeah, we have the equipment on every blade on the front to mount this on. Most of the time, there's nothing on there. They just run up and down the road without anything. It's mainly on there for the V plows if we get a heavy snow. But this goes in the same attachment base. And so we don't have to buy anything for the blades. It is a little bit more difficult finding ones because John Deere doesn't exactly match up to what Cat does. But the one we bought was for a Cat, and these 2 are John Deere, and this guy, we looked at them. They're supposed to fit over on Cat too.
Okay.
So, okay.
I've had an old motor grader for years and it came with a ripper in front of the blade. You got a 14-foot mow blade on there, even if you cut it, you can't cut by just like an inch. But if you drop that ripper down, pull up the blade, and it's only width of this table, maybe a little wider, but you make 2 passes, now you can start cutting in there 6-8 inches deep and ripping whatever material you got, whether it's asphalt, gravel, or dirt, or whatever you can rip at. So it's been
Okay.
useful on that. I know that's been used a lot on it.
Have you guys talked about Spark?
little update.
Okay. Shuttle bus. Okay. As part of the Spark money, I went ahead and did some research on our shuttle buses back here. The fact that we can't isolate when they drive down the road. So I went up to Kansas City the other day and I priced a van that would have, it has an independent system, air system in the front, independent air system in the back, and a Lexan enclosure around the driver. So we physically separated the passengers and the driver. It would have an intercom system in between. It would be utilized for public transportation, and it would be also could be utilized with the sheriff for transport if they have situations where they are concerned about somebody that's in the bus. And there is one available, and we can get it in the Spark funding. And I talked to the Spark committee about it, and they were not opposed to it. It's identical to the ones we run, and it's $67,100.
And this is, and every few years, this is for the elderly transportation, which we are funded by grants.
And now we're
Sometimes.
waiting for a new grant, but
Right.
may or may not get it in the next 2 or 3 years.
Right,
But this is identical to the one that we have,
right.
except it has features that would protect the passengers and the driver. They
And
still wear masks.
it has the handicap lifts and everything.
Has
as
the
well.
lifts. It's identical to our buses out there.
Right.
And I wanted to use Spark funding to go ahead and purchase that.
So that will have 3 buses.
Yes.
One we have to keep, right? For the grant purposes?
Yes.
For X amount of years after.
Yes.
So where are we at on those 2 buses? How much longer do we have to keep them? And what
Well,
will
we've
you do with them?
applied for a grant, and it looks like it normally takes 2 to 3 years to get them. They both are running about 125,000 miles right now is what
Right.
they have on them. But we can't use them to help the sheriff out
Right,
because the grant purchased them, so we can't use them for any other purposes. This one we would use for COVID-type situations or for transporting while this is going on, or if he needs to transport somebody, we will loan it to him.
do you see
Because-
that as a need for you as well? It could be,
Well, honestly, the bigger need for us is that we need to have something in our fleet at some point in time for not necessarily COVID, but for handicap accessibility. That's a trend right now. There's been some lawsuits throughout the state because sheriffs are trying to help folks who need handicap accessibility, and we just don't have it. It's something I was contacted about through our risk insurance, and that was the question posed to me, and I told them, no, we don't have anything that would fulfill that need. So there are advantages to this for the sheriff's office.
good.
And I think it would be something that we could work together on and share usage at times if we have that need. So it just take a liability off the table for
Right.
us.
Mike, you got anything on it?
How much is the
67.
100
It's coming out of Spark, is that what?
coming out of Spark.
And we have that, and that, and that'll meet all the criteria for Spark.
availability of it's right away, right? Sitting there.
Sitting there.
They're not gonna tell us one thing goes another.
They wouldn't do that.
And they have the Lexan Shield. They said they could have it all installed in a week and ready to go. The only problem,
A week?
pardon,
What'd you say?
it would be available. It's sitting there. They
Sitting
would
there.
have it all modified within a week.
49 up there near Harrisonville.
Oh, gotcha.
They said that, and
Belton, I'm sorry.
they said normally they wouldn't have them available, but because of COVID, the buses are sitting there. They're
Is there
not
some
selling
type
them.
of, Well, I guess if you have a handicapped person, I don't know, Kevin, if you have a prisoner that you have to transport, I'm guessing that's why you would need it, right?
True.
Is there something you would need that we could add to the cage or anything, or?
I don't think so, because if we were looking at utilizing it, probably before a wheelchair candidate.
Right.
Who was in that situation, and that's something that we've struggled with, early on this year. We had an inmate who was in a wheelchair, and we had to house that inmate at another facility, so they had handicap accessibility while incarcerated. So, and we had to transport them back and forth to hospitals and stuff like that during this time, so there is a value to this for us.
I see it too.
Did we already make a motion? Someone make a motion?
You done signed up, man.
I'll make a motion that we purchase this 2021 Ford E350 for use or student spark funding, be utilized for just the county and then for Kevin also when needed.
For the senior elderly program.
Yes.
And for the sheriff's department as a backup.
And we are moving at-risk people. It would help.
I'll second that motion.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Would that be available, like somebody, even the schools or
Yes, because the county owns it, we could,
we wouldn't have any guidelines of what it could be used for? It would be
Exactly.
the discretion of the.
And that's exactly what we ran into several times, Mike, as you know, that we wanted to use it to help out a different organization or whatever, let's say it's a school or a city, and we couldn't because.
well, we kind of, we used it to go to some training down in Wichita, and I kind of got my hand slapped for that. They said, you can't use it for training. I said, oops. So, because it is under, right now, the two vans, we own one, kind of. It's still a grant tied to the grant, but the other one's really tied. And then after 7 years, we can apply for the title, but that's the one they're going to be replacing. So we're going to be right back in the same boat whenever we get a grant.
Can you check on the area on aging? We had bought a new van last year, the year before last.
Was that not a food van?
That was a food.
Yeah, that's a
transport
food van. No, and I'm not, this is on a different subject. But if we've got some Spark Fund money left, they are looking for, of course, all the 6 of their other counties in replacing our vans. If that's a good van, then we don't need to do anything with it.
The only problem with it is he has to have the invoice by tomorrow.
Well, knowing them, they could probably get you one.
Which, don't tell anybody that. You won't get the invoices on time. I'm saying tomorrow so you get them.
Most of the vans I seen up there, Rick, am I wrong, but are they these like little mini vans?
Transit vans, I think we got ours from Cox. I know we did.
They have a ton of them up there.
Yeah, and
It would not be hard.
Like 12 passengers.
yeah. No, these are just cargo vans, the mini cargo
Little
vans.
ones, yeah.
And then they buy a kit to put in to take all the meals out. Which
Yeah.
they've been very successful at that. They had them, they was just throwing them in the back of the F-150 transit vans or the old vans, Econoline vans and stuff for years. And then some guy drove it through a flood and that was the end of that van. And somebody took off with one. And but yeah, so the little vans have worked out well.
That's all I had other than if I could get a 10-minute personnel.
And they're also looking for drivers too. So if you have anybody that comes to you for a job, you can point them up that way as well.
Does it actually pay or is it a volunteer position?
No, that's a paid position. We usually try to hire somebody somebody out of the Pleasanton or Mound City area, come out and does that.
Chris's dad was doing it for a while.
Yeah, and they may be full for now. I know they just fired
He
a
was
couple
out
more
for a couple
people.
of months. They were looking for somebody and they requested, did I know anybody? And I sent them all the names I had.
Yeah.
But
So if you have anybody that needs a job, see Jackie, and Jackie can get them in touch with up there.
if I get a 10-minute personnel, that would be. That is all, I think.
If 1 to 15 on legal, I'll need probably 15.
Is yours related to Robin?
Yes.
Because she wanted 15.
Mine's related to health department issues.
Yeah,
And then, Kathy,
and the sheriff needed 10.
on legal,
I want to put 5 with sheriff too.
okay, so there's 15. So we got a total of actually 55 minutes, $4,500, legal and 10 minutes on personal.
Before we do that, I want to read this. This is from Trico. Dear Commissioners, since 2000, Tom Likely has served on the Board of Directors of Trico through an appointment by your commission. His term expires at the end of December. Tom has expressed his willingness to serve another term. He has been an active and valued board member. I join our Board of Directors in requesting that you consider appointing Tom to an additional 3-year term at Trico Board effective January 1st, 2021. Please advise me on your decision on this matter should anything have any questions. John Platt.
I'd make that recommendation.
I'll second. Move second. All in favor?
Aye.
Where's John out of? Is he Lake Scene area?
John is the director of,
Or
Trico.
Tom, sorry, Tom.
Tom lives out here on 7. This is the corner of your district. Very corner.
All right, and I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for a total of 55 minutes. I don't have it all.
It's 10 for personnel and 45 for legal.
Okay, that's my motion.
It's very close. It may be in Rick's district. He's right there. Second.
Move second. All in favor? Bye.
It's pretty simple.
Okay. I gotta make sure it's in my calendar. I will forget.
I'm gonna put it on my alarm.
I had it on for the 18th.
That's or
It's tomorrow.
18th is what, Saturday?
18th would be
Thursday.
Friday.
Friday?
oh, it's in my calendar here. 12 to 1? No, 10:30, right?
10:30. You guys are supposed to be there at 10:30.
I would have totally been late.
Lunch will be about noon, but they're gonna send out food to the ones that aren't coming at 11:30. And they want you guys to help serve. And be there
10:30, you're right.
10:30. They're over there setting up and prepping stuff today.
Okay.
An hour before. All right, we did have a little bit of action in there. With the Doug, you want to come up and
Have two things. The first, several years ago, one of our citizens, Denise Castles, had set up a program to try to generate some funds for the fire service. She has closed that program down and has sent a check to me personally, which I'll deposit here with the county. But for that, it was $376.56. Her intent was to try to generate funds if people wanted to donate to a tax exempt structure that could then be used to buy equipment and things for the fire department, just to try to help out. David, I signed it. I assume you can deposit it in our special equipment account. And then we will attempt to purchase something out of our equipment account that we can let her know the money's went for. Last week, you opened the bids on our roof project, and I took that information to our architect. The low bid at the time was Page Enterprises. The architect determined that that was not a qualified bid, and we have taken that bid out, leaving the next low bid, which was qualified by our architect, as Alert Roofing Systems. I believe they're out of Chanute or Erie or somewhere of that nature. The base bid for them was $174,080. Leaf Guards was $3,260. And we would like to do the base project with the Leaf Guards for a total of $177,340. And that will put roofs on 4 of our stations, removing the roof, removing the insulation, and then replacing the insulation and roofs with a standing seam system. Those stations will be Blue Mound, Parker, Mound City, and Pleasanton.
you said Parker? Or,
Parker, Blue Mound, Mound City, and Pleasanton.
all right. I'll make a motion that we approve the bid. We said it was an Alert Roofing.
A-Alert, L-E-R-T, Roof Systems, for a total of $177,340.
For the stations. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
I think I better abstain.
And that's all I have, unless you have anything for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do I need to get you, David?
All right. That was it one, or do we have
I
one?
had one that I just want to report to you. We got the December payment request on the construction project. December payment request, which is payment request number 3, is $257,630.20. The bulk of that is going to the jail cell fabricators. A little over 125 of them is for that. The next biggest chunk of that goes to the excavating company for basically finishing up. They're not quite finished,
Yeah.
but finishing up their work. Then of course there's the just, you know, the general conditions, general requirements and so forth. But that's the pay that'll be going out this month. I think you already approved the amount.
It is included on the bills that were.
So it doesn't necessarily require the action, but I just want to make sure everybody knew what was going on.
Yeah. Is that all you had?
Yep.
Andy, do you have something?
We've got a couple agreements for granted road easements. One dedicates 35 feet on the east side of Quail Road, about a mile north of 500. And the other one dedicates right away along 200 Road and Montgomery. So what you'll be doing is just a motion to accept these grants and road easements.
So move. Second. Move second, all in favor?
All right.
Aye. Everything else going good?
What about your planning thing? Your, did you give them the names?
I do have all my names, but I wasn't. I want to get them on paper. I do have I actually have 6 names, but I'm only giving you 4. But I'll get it on paper and get that email, or I'll talk about it next week.
You're not
I'll go
gonna,
ahead and get it over to you.
you can't just send it to him so you can get
Yeah, I'll
started?
send it to him, but I want to talk about it next week too.
All right.
I'll do Rick on my delivery of my names. Okay.
No pressure or anything.
That's a name Nazi over there.
I just finally got ahead of you two on something, so I'm just gonna wear it out.
Jack, you have something else?
Uh,
I did get an email from John. These are on the campsites at the park. The recommended fee for it and what do you want to do next year. The reason it's kind of important, I guess, it'll affect the, you guys know from the factory, it will affect the, programming of that machine.
Do we have to? I mean, is there a fee for the machine? I mean, do we need to? I mean, the world just goes up every day in cost. I mean, are we adjusting our cost any, or I mean, how does?
Well, that's kind of, that's on the very back page is where his notes of where, most of it is the same. But he did include, remember we were talking about the shower,
right.
start selling a shower pass to kind of compensate these costs. It'd be sold to the person, not the vehicle.
So you won't get any type of park permit per pass anymore?
No, and that was the other thing that we were saying, instead of getting a park pass and taking $3 off for a camper, eliminate the park pass.
And effectively, everybody pays the same rate for camping regardless of where you live, right?
Yes. The day pass would still be there, but for the camping. It'd make it cleaner and easier for the machine and for the staff to track it. Because right now, you get a discount, you save 14 days, and then 3 months later, you come back and did you use it or did you not use it? And we also eliminated where we had the $3 a day for the long-term campers. After the first 14 days, they pay full rate for the rest of the year. We did that last year. But this is,
Integrate this into the handbook then?
yes.
Do you need it this week? Can we study it?
Okay. Yeah, I think so.
The equipment's coming in and the vendor's coming in to program it?
This week.
This week?
Yes.
Jack?
Maybe. I don't know. The guy's leaving from Minnesota on the 16th, so we don't know exactly when he's showing, but we could, I'd rather have Sean here anyway, next Monday. because I don't think it'll make that big of a difference on the programming. So, but I wanted to give you a heads up of what we've been looking at. He had a family emergency. He was coming today, but he had to take
So,
family member to the doctor.
Instead of basing it, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Read your comments. Basing it on all different lots, he's got $2 difference in the lot. Why don't you just base it off?
Because
One
they're
fee.
different. You may have a 50 amp plug.
Right.
Or a 30 amp plug, which runs 2 more air conditioners. So they've done that historically, but if you got the other one, it's going to pull more power, which is.
So just, I mean, the most expensive on here is $18.
That's because it has the 50 amp
So why
water
not
and
just
sewer.
$18 for everyone? It'd be
Let's say where you call them permanent row, or where them guys stay there all the times. And I think most of those are 50 amp plugs. But
Yes.
And that's something you're gonna have to address before too long, because most of this was set up in the 70s when an RV plug was 30, 120. Now that we've changed much on the 240, 50s, you're taxing, we've been involved in several mains that burn out there because they're pulling more current than should.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is to make it easy for the person not to have to go, I'm driving around save $1. I'm going to go to, in some cases, to save a 30 amp from a 50 amp, is $2. Why not just charge them a flat rate? all
I
the way
would think,
down?
I'm driving in there and I've got my RV and I got 2 air conditioning units and I'm going to need the 50. I want the water and the sewer. But then Gary shows up a little bit later. He's got a tent and all he wants
That
is a
sounds
spot
great.
for a tent. So
You're being a
he
dumb
takes
guy.
out the space that I need for all that.
I'm just saying, you're talking about $1 or $2. So why don't you just figure it out? Either $17 or $18 all the way down to, I'm just talking about the RV sites.
Yeah, but I would be afraid that they would fill up. This way, some people will say, well, I'm gonna be here 5 days and I'm only going to use water is all I want.
Why do they
Therefore-
get a choice? Just, I mean, you don't have a choice.
Yeah, actually, you pull in and whatever's open, you take, and then you go around there and you pay your bills historically the way things have always worked. But you got a guy that, like Jack says, a tent or a little pop-up, and he's eating up, you got maybe 10% of these they only have for a big camper, and he's eating them up because there's no adversity.
But I'm not talking about tent sites. I'm just talking about the RV sites all the way down to here. The front page of that, you've got a $2 difference in half of them, and
And
a $1
that-
difference in some of them.
And that's
So just
usually,
charge the highest rate at all and be done with it. Either $17 or $18.
oh, you're not talking about the entire site.
no,
You're
no,
just
no.
talking about the
No.
main loop.
And just make us the same thing with the other rate. You got $9 on everything else.
Okay,
So,
let me look at that. And then
I mean,
talk to
that would
John.
be simple.
Simpler, yes.
It would.
But most of the people pulling in there already lost a $3 night discount on top of that. So you're talking about a significant increase, but I don't know. I mean, these things are different. There are primitive sites. There's 120, 30s, there's 52 poles, which most guys have adapters. They can flop them around. But if you guys come in here on one of these festivals and they start setting up tents all the way down around through there so that they could,
Yeah.
I don't know.
20 years ago,
Okay.
they pulled in there and you had an air conditioner on it. Now they're pulling there with 3 air conditioners. And our 50s aren't even enough.
Outside kitchen with a microwave, inside kitchen with a microwave. It's like I said, our service loops are getting too small.
I know, but we're talking about $1.
Yeah. Well, I see what you're saying. Let me run it by him and see what Sean,
All right.
see if, I mean, I
If
could
it's that
say,
big of a deal, I guess not. But to me,
okay.
you can still assign them their spots.
Are long-term residents, I mean, do they have to pay by a certain day? Is there I mean, if they
Yes.
don't, do they get charged or?
Yeah, we're starting to do that. And the machine will do that as well. They will pay theirs through the machine. But yeah, they have to pay, they get their $3 off for their first 2 weeks, then they pay the full 18. We have to try to adjust this as we can because the income is so low coming in now because of COVID. I mean, normally it's not a winning, it's a convenience to the county, but it's never a profit making. And with COVID, it's become less than that. It's become a challenge to make up the shortfall. The $10 we added to the cabins last year helped, but then we turned around and shut them down because of COVID. So I expect a pretty large deficit this year, and we hope, I mean, maybe making them all 18 would be the answer to come up with some of that shortfall, or the park pass.
Our Spark Fund, can we use any of that to help with any of this?
No, tried. I went to that
Other
road,
than
tried.
buy that piece of equipment because you can justify it because you're not doing hands-on transactions with a clerk, and now they can do it outside.
Well, I went to Dave and said, can I claim lost revenue? And he pretty much shot me down quick. Said that doesn't fall in the parameters of any of this.
You know, you are right about that. I mean, you would say, well, pick one. Well, we can't have that as $2 too high. I mean, that doesn't seem logical, but if somebody's, it kind of puts everybody in pecking order of how they're using the facility.
If that's the way to use it, then that's fine. I don't have a beef with it. It just seemed over.
I agree. I'd like to look at it.
How do we keep like a guy that's out on the highway that doesn't want to pay for one of those cabins right there, coming in at 9 o'clock at night, throwing up a tent, and leaving by 6 a.m.?
Well, we can't stop that. We can't stop
Be a
that,
park
but
ranger?
Do any long-term residents? I mean, or do any of them? I know we have a guy that works part-time. Does he? I mean,
no. Well, first off, I'd want somebody with some law enforcement or some experience doing it. I mean, when we go checking these people, especially somebody flying in that
that makes sense.
late. And what happens now is they go around and then they go back and try to compare it. Now, when they come in, somebody comes in at 8 o'clock, they're going to punch a button, get a sheet of paper that tells them who's rented, who hadn't, and they can find them at 8 o'clock.
And they pay for it right then, right?
Well, I would send them down there. They would.
How do? I mean,
They used to do that and carry a ton of money with them, but we don't do that anymore.
No, on the machine though.
Oh yeah, they can go right to the machine. Say they can come in at midnight, see that we'll put signs up there. You have to have go to the machine, tell them where it is, and they'll go in there. You pull up to your campsite and you say, I want this one. You get the number off of the panel or wherever the number is, and you go there and you put your $20 bill in. You get your 5 coins back and change, and then you have a little receipt that you put in the.
I mean, is there a repercussion if you don't pay? I mean, can we put up a sign like if you don't pay, you get charged double if you get caught? I mean,
I think we're just gonna make them go pay is what we normally do. And if they don't, they leave.
take a picture of your license plate or something.
Yeah. If they don't pay, Sean will run them out, say you leave now. And then I don't know what their procedures are. If
Diversity a little bit, not only just the electrical 30 or the 50 issue, but very few of the lots that decides it's on the main line, very few have sewer, very few. Then you've got the electric loop, which is maybe 2 hydrants out there on it. You've got like 75 loops out there that's got nothing but electric. You don't have any water and you don't have any sewer, but those guys go fill their tank and they got big enough holding tanks, they can spend a weekend there and then dump on their way out or something like that. But you got different conveniences in different places. That does also include the electric. But you got the electric loop, you got like 6 maybe sewer sites besides what's on Marina Row there, and then you got just a couple of water places and other places. So I never understood that. I can't imagine it would cost too much to put water up through there, but anyway, it's not. But the electric loop was one we burnt the main out on a holiday weekend. I want to say it wasn't this summer, it was last summer. But Rick and I and somebody else were trying to get that all back on there, and had every camper for every guy standing there watching us trying to get that on. And Power and Light, we got it on, but anyway, it'll be a problem in the future.
we had the electric loop that didn't provide water, and in the past, somebody would come with a hose, tie into the hydrant and go to their camper and then tee off to the next person, tee off to the next
Figure out how to use them.
person. We stopped that. So, okay, well, I got this in and I wanted you to get a good look at it, and I'll look at it again closer.
All right.
All right, thank you. I did ask about the 26th, or didn't? I forgot. Al asked me, sent me a note, are we keeping the landfill open on the 26th? I noticed that somebody was saying that Did they make the 24th a federal holiday?
Said federal offices were closed. and-
They're going to be closed all day on the 24th.
Wouldn't 26 be a huge day to be open though?
I think we should be open.
At least half a day, would it be a Saturday?
Yep. Okay, but
At the landfill though,
yeah, just the landfill.
I mean, that's where you're gonna get a lot of business down through there on day after Christmas.
Or the town's closed? You know?
That's
Don't
up
know.
to them
It's up
break
to them, but I would think some of them will be open.
I mean, I think that'd be a huge.
Okay, I did.
Bill gonna be down there on Sunday.
Bill will be there,
That was seen on Sunday.
yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
I got a call from Chuck Bauer this morning, said the stain is ready.
Oh, okay.
Millwork guy, have you heard anything about the millwork?
Haven't been over there yet. Well, I don't know if nobody was there, but yeah, he's supposed to have extra stain to do the doors, so it matches what he used.
Thank you.
Anybody got anything else? Barb, you got anything important? All right. Kevin? Right. All right, I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
You guys have a good day, everybody.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, dang, we have to be here tomorrow.
It's a privilege. No.
Calling you at 7:30.
Yeah, you might as well.
I think the girl
That's
called-
too
the girls
early.
called me last year and I was not ready.
No.